Hello, hello, hello. I am Manji Dragonfly. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last episode in a very dramatic note. Let's get on with it. Second of November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Still can't quite believe what just happened. No, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. Very dramatic note. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Like a traumatic childhood memory, as I always say. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. The pursuit of truth and all that. The standard Ace Attorney fare, but man, in this case, it definitely seems like it opened up some wounds. Is it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Rudo! Oh, Iris. Felix has been a while since I've seen. I don't know why, it feels like you have nowhere near the same presence in this game as you did in the first game. Even though you were only really around for like 2 real cases. I mean, I guess the very end of 3 as well, but you're miles away! Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You enthusiasts have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Silence. Complete and whole silence. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defense antechamber, he disappeared. Is Sholmes, running away from us? Since now the main plot's really starting to kick in, and he seems to have a very vested interest in, keeping stuff hidden. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. That definitely sounds like he's just hiding from us! Hiding from the main plot! I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. He's No, you know what it is? He's probably going off to find Evie and be like, we found the man! Please give me my payment, I must pay rent! Well, you know Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Definitely not the thing that, you hear in a normal Ace Attorney game from a protagonist of sorts. The construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Why? Also, was she blushing when she said that? The fuck? You know, it's very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. It's so true. I relate! As a protagonist of an Ace Attorney game, I just love pursuing the truth. Even if it really hurts somebody else in the process. How you doing, Adrian Andrews? That's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's the law of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand with this gun. Oh, you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Is it about anything that has happened recently? Is it about anything that has happened in this game? Oh, I'm still looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. No, No, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. I can't stand that racket. I have to get rid of the evidence. If only Pop Windebank was still around. You do? Poor Mr. Schultz. Sure, that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Okay, but first of all, I need to see if there's new dialogue in this room. It does not look it. Probably for the best. Probably for the best, but still. I gotta know. His violent thing right there! Iris! I mean, I guess she's already done with the death. I feel like it wasn't in yesterday either, though. Come on, Iris. Yeah, no, nothing to see here. Iris, have I shown you my armband recently? Iris, have you seen this recently? Your armband? The symbol of a defense lawyer in Japan? Well, you've shown that to me dozens of times. You've shown it to me so many times in the month between the last game and the second case. You've shown it to me so many times since you lost your lawyer profession, since you lost the ability to stand in court. Oh, have I? The thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm, you know? Even though it's Cosmos. That's the thing I feel like has gone understated throughout this game. This is Cosmos' armband! We're still wearing Cosmos' armband. We gave his sword back, but we kept the armband. Like, come on. But if you ask me, I think you should try wearing something different every now and then. Oh, really? Like what? Well, I could make something for you if you like. How about bad that squeezes your arm when the person you're talking to doesn't lie? Yo! Perception. We gonna unlock. Iris, give them the ability to perceive. We don't need Apollo Justice anymore. Yeah, I'll keep his face free on my left arm then. Come on, man, consider it. It can really help in court. What if I show you this, since this is Gregson's? Iris, about this. Ouch! Jackass! Oh no, what was I thinking? Why aren't they showing that? Oh, Greggy. Gregsy. He's gonna do the same thing with the pocket watch? Yeah. What an asshole. Don't cry, here, have some firecrackers! Hey, have a look at this! That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say, OBJECTION! Like when you present evidence. We're not in court, Iris! No, that's only in court, see? That's not fair. If you don't say it, then I won't look! Harumph! I want to hear you shout objection. I also love it when people say objection.
Objection!
Yay! That was great! Right, next! Alright, get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. I want to hear you say it, take that! Or excuse me next, Bruno. Nope.
Objection!
I just like the fact this is like one of the few times you can actually get Ryunosuke to just yell objection outside of the courtroom. On-demand objection. Alright, enough of that. Vigilante say, isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? Yeah, about that case. I'm honestly surprised Herlock hasn't already jumped on that. That's right. Text Mr. Schultz if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Schultz completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? You know which one? It's gonna be the fucking Hot Clinic. It's gonna be the same hospital everyone goes to in this series! Oh, St. Sarah's. That was the other one. That was the one that... Is that the one that we were in at the start in case 2, or... I definitely remember Hot Clinic coming up before. I think that was in the last case of the last game. Is there any wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down? That's amazing, Runo! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have. By accident. That still counts! 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes they really don't want to grow up. Don't, Iris, it's not worth it! There's more! 10 years after that, while he was essentially working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. Impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. I mean, Gregson paid him! He clearly wanted, like, someone walking around being like, yeah, I'm Gregson. To be like, yeah, I'm working, while he does his own thing. Telling me a man police informant. More or less. Ugh, it was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. What secrets are you hiding, Runo? I have a smoke gun, I'm not afraid to use it, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me! Yet. You think we can pay someone to impersonate us? You think I have that sort of money? I got fleeced out of 606 pence today! I'm honestly surprised I even had that money. It means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sarah's, then. So, about Barrack. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? That should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. The problem is, even if we do find out, like, that he was... Even if we do find out the corpse was killed the day before, is there anything really stopping them from being like, yeah, Barrack killed him before? Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. Yeah, that's the weirdest part of all. Some shenanigans with the coroner again. Are they really gonna pull the same trick, like, are they really gonna pull the same... Blah, 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 blah. Are they really gonna pull the same, like, reveal, like, 2 cases in a row? The coroner is the killer? That is curious. Funny enough, like, the coroner was the killer is actually, like, one of the ideas I had for my very, very undercooked, underdeveloped, like, foray into Danganronpa fan case writing. That was one of the things, like, I wanted, like, a character who basically acted as, like, the coroner of the group, and for case 4, she was gonna be the killer. Feed them false information, the autopsy report and all that. That was an idea I had for what very, very, very little I thought about back when I was into Danganronpa enough to want to make, like, fan case type stuff for it. So it's weird seeing it in this game. That's curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, they made it sound like he was investigating Inspector Gregson himself. According to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? It turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. I'm going to write all about it! Then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Here's about cases with a link to the Reaper. And also the Redhead League for some reason. I feel like that's the thing that's gone. I feel like that's going completely understated. Like, they make it a point to be like, yeah, it's covered in all these papers regarding the Reaper's victims. But we don't hear about that. The only thing we hear about is some brain is like the fucking Redhead League. Like, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. I must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Oh, before that, I want to talk about the trial. How did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Fancies definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. Kazuma-sama is not himself. How much is... I do wonder how much of that is the amnesia. How much of... I mean, granted, the amnesia seemed to have worn off, but still... I do wonder, like... Yeah, if you developed kind of a different personality while you were under amnesia, how much of that would remain after the amnesia, like, finally wears off and you get all your memories back? The way he's acting is almost as if he's possessed. I do have to wonder how much of that is the amnesia, like, from his time with amnesia, and how much of that is because he is getting ever closer to his real goal. Presumably investigating the professor case, and yeah, it has to be that, since, you know, his father kind of was taken by it. You know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. It's not normally so mercilessly persistent. He knew him for, like, 1K? I mean, I know Ryunosuke knew him for a lot longer, but that was when they were still in law school. Like, he's had, like, one court... The man's been in one court case. One court case where he mattered. He was her assistant then. He was fairly assertive back in that case. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Redhead League the day before his death. Oh, you think he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Jones was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. I wish Inspector Gregson was trying to join the Redhead League. I wish he was a redhead. Anyways, it turns out the inspector who went to investigate the Redhead League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Huh? My! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris! But why would Gregson need an alibi? Oh. It appears that the inspector doesn't need to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Are we really? Ah yes, the secret to Gregson's fish and chips. Secret crime and conspiracy. Also, vinegar on your fish and chips? I think perhaps we should try and move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, Lord Manzi's felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. Let's try to find out what he knows. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows! Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol, Ryunosuke! That for the piping hot extra special blend of mine. Ah yes, I'm going to shoot them with hot tea! I'm going to sell this recipe to McDonald's afterwards. I hope they don't get sued. I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. You better be careful not to hide anything. I made the joke, but hold up. Could she actually... May 15, 1940. Nah, McDonald's is not a thing yet. She can't sell extra special, blisteringly hot tea or coffee to sell to McDonald's to, like, continually ignore people's complaints that it's way too damn hot. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go see what we can find out. Yes! We don't have any business that require a visitor just at the moment. Damn, actually, like, barring me from going back to these locations? Okay. So we should leave Mr. Vigil in peace for a little while. It's only just been admitted. Let's go bother Mr. Vigil. Back in November, St. Ceres Hospital, Ward 3. Hey, jackass! What do we tell you, jackass? These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Did they just let us into a random room? Didn't see a jump from windows. Remember to place cushion in the base of wall outside? That's suicide watch! You need to put this one on suicide watch! Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I have a feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Showing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. There are all sorts of messes in this cabinet, look! I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Wonder if that came after the incident with, Olive Green. I don't imagine I would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Usado. You Snickers, Ryanosuke. Today's next food-related inquiry. 1930. Also not yet. That was caught my eye before, actually. Was it some sort of slogan for the ward? Cheerful welcome message, perhaps. Let's see. Pay with good cheer. Leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that! You responded, Miss Susato. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. It felt awful already. Why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. I hate doctors. I hate hospitals. I like how we're bringing that back from the first case of the first game. Oh dear, the terrible treatment. I like how a very important part of Ryanosuke's character is absolutely hates hospitals. Ah, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I didn't realize they were used here as well. Imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. I thought you didn't know what crutches were in general, Ryanosuke. Also, no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival. Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. I feel like I heard this before. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. I think powerful magic these wooden staves. Power to heal, and the power to harm! They should use these in a wrestling match or something. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. Ah, patient treatment notes. What did he say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in his bed. I think so, and so Mr. Vigil's a little more stable. Probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Rinosuke, please! Is it endlessly obliging patient suddenly open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. We're back to the, weirdly glib, like, attitude towards... That was a thing that I remember, like, Don, like, having a lot of, like, umbrage with Case 5 of the last game. They made a big joke about, like, Pop Windebank and how he was a little too eager to, shoot himself, like, at the first sign of any sort of trouble. I thought they were, like, I remember they seemed to have, like, taken a bit more of a, hard, like, no, you can't do that type of stance in, Case 2 of this game with Olive Green, but, you know, they've gone back to glib. Don't know how I feel about that. There are a lot of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them there? You're a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake while you were half asleep. That is the worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. What sort of person do you think I am, Susato? There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Susato really just thinks that he's gonna hit the lock with the objection! Like he's in a fighting game or something. I just saw, like, the thing flash, like, without the, check mark, but I think I'm wrong on that one. Yeah, no, there's nothing to see here right now. Let's get out of here. I'll go to the prison. I use a detention center theme today, so I'm going to the prison. 2nd November. Local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? He must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? I'm just being consistent. Perhaps not. Apologize. What can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. The world really is ending. Oh, the fuck will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. Wow, Iris. This does feel very, very strange. I don't like it. Go back to insulting me. That feels more natural. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. Damn, I told him well. Sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, the loathing of the Nipponese be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? So, what's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. Serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. We have been through this before! And we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Dead silence. Want some firecrackers? No? Not in a festive mood? Seriously, how do we still have these in our inventory? Didn't we use them? You definitely sure this is not your gun. No response to the picture now that's no longer relevant. Any, like, ideas about why the time of death is blank? No? Fine. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing. Why would I choose to say anything? But henchmen of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared. Problem with what you're saying, Renosuke, is that there's a very high likelihood that, like, that it's not as simple as, like, someone is doing all this. Remember, we did find out at the end of Case 5 that Ashley was responsible for, at least if I remember correctly. I will admit, I did not really do a fantastic job re-reviewing. I did not really continue my re-review quite like I did, like, before last week's, video streams. I'm pretty sure I remember Ashley, like, flat out admitting that he was the one who was responsible for, causing Magnus McGilda's death. So, it seems more likely that it really is just, like, this weird sort of karma. Either someone that was affected by them killed them, or they really did just befall some, like, horrible accident or something. I mean, oh yeah, and, like, same thing with old Yasmin last case. Like, he ultimately got killed because the people he wronged decided to get some good old vengeance the first opportunity they saw. Like, you can't, like, I think that's the thing that's really, like, annoying me about, like, this whole, like, yeah, he's the Reaper, he's gotta be now, because, like, we've already proven twice, we've already seen twice over that, like, yeah, no, he didn't do anything. He could not have, like, caused these people's deaths. Like, in fact, like, someone else, we have full-on confirmation that someone else, like, just went after them. Because that's what happens when, like, shitty people in high positions of power wrong people and put themselves in harm's way. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Ah! The whole organization? Is it? Inconceivable, all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Once again, I feel the need to point out, like, it seems like Magnus McGilded and O.E. Asman were isolated incidents. Like, why those two only? And that, you can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? It feels a little contrived. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. A highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson is behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Then why not do that to Gina? This is where Mr. Vigil came in. What was he as the inspector? Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. The room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. We don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, do have a name. You... What?! We can name the man. You have the true identity of the Reaper already then! Or... I can name the woman. Oh. A young woman by the name of Asashi. Oh! Also, that's something I actually forgot to mention, like, last stream. I did, like, go and, like, look back to see, like... Because I remembered the A Shin coming up. I had forgotten that A Shin was Giselle Brett. That we learned that, like, earlier in this game. That Giselle Brett was just you know, a fake name. And that she was A Shin. Wait, what?! Shin?! It's Asa Shin. Fucking, I just realized the fucking pun in the name. God damn it! Asa Shin, the assassin. You're the name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. And just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan conviction, a serious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman is actually the Reaper of the Bailey? That's stupid! That's impossible! Naruhodo, perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. Can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. We really are just trying this hard to keep the secret from her? Asa Shin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. I don't know how much I buy into this. That does leave me to wonder again about, like, that list of names, because... Because with John Wilson, Tobias Greg's... No, but then... Gregson is involved in this, and wouldn't that imply that Wilson and somehow Kazuma Asogi are also part of this conspiracy? Then why would Shin kill Wilson then? Some sort of keep them quiet thing, perhaps? It seemed more to me like that list of names was like a list of people that they wanted dead, but then... Why is Shin? Seems like she was doing, like, shady government. Seems like she was doing shady work for the government or whatever, because that seems to be like a government thing. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend! He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all in his merits. I had nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Unlike the very first case. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, a professor. Would you say that you were indebted to him at any point? It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. Society! They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, economics, in war. In many ways, Sogi was carving out canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Manji was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. I have absolutely no bias in this one at all. Why that damn Nipponese had to go and take my brother's life? Of having once saved mine. Oh? Saved your life? How did that happen? Oh, this is the backstory I've been looking for. It's 10 years ago, on a foggy night, what was even the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. The Clean Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! Oh! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zeek's alright. We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. Knew they were after me. Just when I thought my time had come. I let them kill you. Clint would never forgive me. It was the Selgi's voice. It was a whisper in my ear. Oh! Shot with his katana pistol! After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. He caught the bullet! Just let the bullet hit his hands. Damn! That's impressive! 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. Professor. That's definitely making me think he cannot possibly be the professor. Why would he do that? How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. Professor, Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Yeah, I don't believe it either. Give assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Senator Holo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. I feel like we're jumping to conclusions here. Anyways, this place seems to rather suit Lord Van Zeeks. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? Van Zeeks belongs in prison, I think. I want to go see Lord Strongheart first, though. And Cosmo, I guess. 2nd of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Osogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Instructed? What do you mean instructed? Perfectly. Kazuma-sama! Find Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Sogi. My lord. So you wanna, like, let me in on some secrets? We're friends, aren't we? Come on! Kazuma. The left without saying a word.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I want Van Zeke's trial conclude today. Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwanted inquiries into the professor case? Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46.
We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed in this Naruto.
53.
And miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Hey, wait, I can't let that man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
59.
Hey, you want to see my armband?
The defense lawyer's blessing clearly means a lot to you.
Oh yes, it's a keepsake for my best friend as well as a symbol of what I'm trying to achieve.
Then why have you not given it back to him? He's here now.
But that friend has returned to us now, Mr. Naruto. We finally calling us out on this? We finally calling ourselves out on this? Well, until it's time to return this to him, I intend to keep wearing it proudly on my arm. We gave his sword back! But that friend is going to face you in court, Mr. Naruto.
A complicated situation, but the sound of it.
So this is really their identification?
I don't care.
You like pictures of dead bodies and Lord Strongheart? So anything you want to say about this notice board? No? Can you tell me about the coroner in this case? No? Tell me about this picture. God, you're boring. Can I inquire about the case? No? Fine, screw it then. Girl, I'm looking around your office. Okay, good. I said that. I didn't want to, like, have to start doing, like, random fluff dialogue in this office again. I feel like... So, no jury, huh? Really just throwing that mechanic out already?
The country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
The last one was the professor's? Trial Genshin Asogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you're going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Francis entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him. They may avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
I do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
Like my organization runs smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, and all the cages with the pigeons in them, I won't tolerate a single clock being out of step with the others!
Ah, so that's what all those gears are about in here. And the pigeons?
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. I will unleash all my pigeons on this out-of-place cog.
What do you mean?
Nothing with which you need concern yourself. In any case, All your questions will be answered tomorrow. In court, as they always are. That's where all the important, plot-relevant details come out. You should know this by now.
Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
That's awful!
Yes, our system is incredibly corrupt. They should probably get rid of the jury system in the future. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. Dying at a rock slide is his place of work, I believe. That doesn't sound so strange.
Correct! That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
People believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but was shown to have been an accident.
He must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious death continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, essentially at the hand of the Reaper.
But we know 2 of them had nothing to do. We literally already have full-on confirmation about 2 of the deaths. Like Magnus McGilded died because he killed Ashley Graydon's father and he went looking for revenge. And Yasmin got killed because Enoch Drebber and Courtney Sith got like grounded down from him. His extortion, his like smear, whatever, I forget the exact details. He was extorting Courtney Sith, and he ruined Enoch Drebber's life. So they both went looking for revenge. Like, you're not gonna convince me on some like grand conspiracy plot on those 2.
That's a long run of coincidences.
Have you ever heard of karma? And once again, I do feel the need to point out Gina's still running around. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. I think my biggest problem with this game, with both games, is I feel like they put a lot of like emphasis on like this whole Reaper curse nonsense, but I feel like they kind of show their hand way too early. Like, they kind of, like, destroy a lot of the mystique of it in Case 5 of the last game, where, like, they fully, like, reveal, like, yeah, no. They fully reveal that, yeah, no, like, someone else did this. Like, it was one thing, like, in Case 4, when, like, there was still that major question hanging over the head, like, could Van Zeeks have been the one to kill Magnus McGilded? It seemed likely. But in Case 5, it's like, yeah, no, Ashley Graham went and killed him. And now in this game, Gina's still running around, like at least over half a year later.
The impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that's a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. You're guilty. Go to jail.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you may agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Sogi?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office. Get out of my sight. I'm late because of you.
Oh, thank you! Let's go to see him at once, Sonaruhodo. Cosmo's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
let's go see Cosmo. Again, November. Prosecutor's office. Yo, you playing with a diorama, Cosmo? We gonna get those sorts of diorama shenanigans? We got an Apollo Justice and the investigation games? I'd be down. So this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Didn't he just take Manji's place? You know, he's always forcing you on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. Very weird how Van Zeke's just kind of set that up for him, and he didn't question it. He's just happy to sit size and style whenever he's working. As he stands over there. Kazuma. It wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating the British courts. This is not how I expected it to go, but still. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. When you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. So I just realized Iris has not weighed in at all, like, since we talked to Van Zeeks. She didn't want to say anything. I mean, I guess it definitely seems like Iris and Strongheart just don't like each other at all. I remember, like, getting that feeling in, I think it was case 5. I think there was a point where they talked and, like, Strong was like, I don't allow children here. Shove off. And I'm truly thankful to you, judicial blah 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 blah. And I'm truly thankful to you, judicial assistant Mikotoba. I'm never 100% sure which one's correct. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susao-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Goku. But what happened with your father? You'll have no difficulty understanding. I had no choice. I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. First of all, do you want your armband back? Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. You held on to it for over a year. I'm pretty sure it makes it yours by law now. Sorry? You're a defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma! You keep hold of that. Besides, we're a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. So, about Inspector... Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. Courtroom. It seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Can you tell me anything about the autopsy report in Maria? Oh, hey. This came up in the trial, didn't it? It's like a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion he came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket was watched had stopped in the scorch marks on the candle, certainly a distinct possibility.
The evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Coroner responsible wasn't there. I got a name. Dr. Gory. I mean, her name is on the autopsy report. Also something I thought about recently. Her name is literally Gory. If her name is Gory, she's probably the murderer. Or they probably. I think that's the reason I'm thinking like they're doing the coroner thing again. Gory. Like that's just such a perfect like killer name in an Ace Attorney game. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too. Of course. Last thing I want is anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Logate Cemetery. Logate like Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? Prison where my father was incarcerated. and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll be visiting the laboratory later today. You want to weigh in the photograph? No. What we... No, you don't want to talk about the professor case? No? Alright. Figure that'd be the thing that would get, a reaction of some type. Alright, first of all, I'm gonna snoop around in your... quotation marks room. Lord Fancy's an incredibly stylish desk. Not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Siza style. We saw that once! That was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeeks when I first saw it. Find the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. For a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Lord Van Zeeks' fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. He needs his drinks, but he needs it in his own very specific way. Here now, you can't touch it, you can't do it. I want to see your little diorama. I want to play with your dolls, Kazuma. What the? Scale them out of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. I mean, it makes sense. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoy making that. I do like playing with dolls, Ryunosuke, you know this. That's all we get from that? Oh, nope. That target marker was not on the diorama, come on. You know who the man in the portrait is? Ryunosuke. Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice! Yes, apprentice, not friend. During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. That big-ass picture in the middle of the room? That takes up, like, the whole-ass wall? Yeah, I never even saw it before. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Damn, Kazuma. Damn, Cosmo, I see that even with amnesia, your powers of observation have not improved from the first case. Spooky bats! Glad they're still here. What? You disturbed the bats, did you? Think of hanging the Lord Van Zeeks when you say... Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. They're very clearly pigeons, Ryunosuke. The man's very particular about his pigeons. Perhaps you like that. Blah. Perhaps you have to like birds to retain reign of the judiciary here. Yo, can we get a crow? Although bats aren't birds, of course. They're more like flying rats. How about a sparrow for you? How about a hawk? Can you imagine a prosecutor running around with a hawk just pecking at the opposite, the opposing attorney? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Gas floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Is there any Amontillado in there? All barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Or Van Zeeks can't seem to sell in the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being an apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. There's a barrel of laughs here and in chorus that... Boo! Boo this man. Oh, can't look at your cute little desk. So, Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Looks so cool back then with your student uniform and your headband flowing in the wind where there was no wind. Now look at you. This white suit does not fit you in that... What do you call that neck piece? I guess cravat? It's not necessarily a cravat. But that... It's probably like supposed to be like Edgeworth's cravat. Probably supposed to evoke that same image. Your cravat, quotation marks. It just doesn't hit the same. It doesn't even flow in the wind. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. My father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. Took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had taken ill in England and passed away. Professor Mikolaba, the father, Susao-san. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. Be forever in his debt. Nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There's no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What did it say? When I read that letter, it changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and Araya cursed the Asogi name. No! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Ouch. Hell of a way to find out. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary who had been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
Still, it could have been written by anyone. How would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I didn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him. He'd done it out of consideration for my feelings.
Was it consideration or was he hiding something? Because one thing I do remember from what little I reviewed, Right and Many Memo, I think, had a bit more suspicion regarding Makotoba.
Instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. I feel like that was an even worse decision. Because I also remember Jigoku, like, stopping Right and Many Memo from, Right and Many Memo, whatever it's pronounced as, from saying too much. And it seems like Jigoku and Father Makotoba are very good friends, so if one of them is involved in shady shit, almost assuredly the other one is involved in same shady shit.
As the other visiting student,
he faltered for the briefest of moments, and he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it in his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to this strain of grief. She too passed away. Damn! Kazuma is an orphan now. That's why I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. Yo, does he also have... Yo, I think I just realized he is totally wearing something blowing in the wind where there is no wind. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
oh, Kazuma-sama.
So Kazuma, do you think you were always planning to come back for the sequel, or do you think you just kind of got brought back because people thought you were totally wasted that way? I will say, like, I do really wonder if, like, this was always planned. Because, like, there's definitely some things where, like, they definitely, like, take a lot of, like, pains to, like, set up certain things in the first game for the sequel. Like, the biggest thing is, like, all the, like, the big conspiracy plot involving, like, Iris's Hound of Baskerville's manuscript, which probably hints at, like, the whole professor case. But also, like, the, two witnesses from Soseki Natsume's, case, Shamspear and Meter Man dude. But I really do wonder if Cosmo was always planning to come back. Because, like, I feel like they just don't, like, foreshadow that enough in, the first game. That feels like something they, like, hastily that feels like something they, like, rewrote in. Or, like, something they, like, adjusted. Because I can believe that. Because I know one thing is that, like, one of my absolute favorite series is Kingdom Hearts. I absolutely love Kingdom Hearts 2, but I know that, like, Axel was supposed to die at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, but he became so popular they were just like, we'll keep him around for a little bit. And now Kingdom Hearts 3, he's literally, like, gloating to the main villain that he's got all the popularity power. This is a real thing. Kingdom Hearts story is fucking wild. But I can very much believe that, like, Cosmo was supposed to stay dead, but people liked him so much, or, like, demanded that they not waste his character like that, that they decided to, like, kind of rewrite in a bit more. Decided to rewrite him back into the story.
Getting them for a year now. This is what happened at the SS Bureau. You're heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. A bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on the bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of the ship. I slipped out of the room, headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. The task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship when we docked in a large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about the trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself. It turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... Clearly, the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? I mean, you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barrick Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to this grave. No! He's merely seeing that justice was done at the law's dictates. It's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Cosimo. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Just under a year ago. I do wonder if maybe he's laying his grudge and belief that Barrick Van Zeeks... I do have to wonder if he's laying his grudge about Barrick Van Zeeks being the prosecutor responsible for getting his father sent away, is clouding his judgment on the Reaper, and like the truth about the Reaper. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. Sights, the sounds, the smells, I had reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man. Nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. That's just normal for A student and B a defense lawyer. What's terrifying for you? Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. Meaning your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right, my knowledge of English, which would totally help in Hong Kong. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at this... I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice, then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. That have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. But Straw was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. Took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. Then 9 days ago, I finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. At least he lost the mask, I guess. Yes, I did. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? You're giving me my sword back. I'm going to cut everything with this. Safeguard the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. Did Genshin not bring it with them? My slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Why did you? You never used that fucking sword! Like, come on, that's a waste! Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name from a surname. Really? Karuma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. My father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. That definitely sounds like we're going to be encountering someone named Karuma at some point in this game. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. This is why it means so much to me. I have it by my side again now, too. And that's all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow, because I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. You's changed. I completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well... unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper. It's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. For whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you don't have to as a lawyer. I'm sure I don't need to tell you I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I'm going to use this sword on the Reaper, Ryunosuke. Don't make me use it on you too! I expect nothing less. Till tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Nope, I did not actually mean to present that. Oh well. Unless you want to discuss... No, I think they shut up before... Whatever, I don't think there's really anything to do here. Nothing important, at least. As my sum up, prosecutor. Never imagined it possible. Let's head to the forensics lab. Forensic science laboratory in the basement of St. Clair's Hospital. Dr. Gory is taking Dr. Sith's place as Chief Scalpel Wielder. Chief Scalpel Wielder! Wow! Yup, this looks like Sith's place, but, a bit more
decorated. 2nd November, Forensics Laboratory.
This place really is creepy, isn't it?
It's so weird seeing Iris here now. She did not say a single thing when we were talking to Cosma at all. And now she's just here.
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of this. Probably full of the spirits of this. Blah, 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 blah.
Good Englishing.
Being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room,
Corner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Susanoo is going to cry. Stop talking about death, Iris.
Iris,
do you think we could change the subject? Oh.
What was that?
Wait, isn't that...
Ah, Dr. Gory?
You...
What? That noise before... I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Dead meat!
Right! Following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Iris, no!
Then I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all! I mean, maybe some other time. I wanted to cut you up so badly.
She is such a serial killer. She has such serial killer vibes.
Is that Tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so...
Nice desk. This looks different than before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Scory's a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look. Oh yes, you're right. But she's not so strange after all. May I practice? Sorry? Mom always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day. Ah! Right! He's a fucking weirdo. He used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
Ryunosuke, I think we should leave.
That's quite different than what I had imagined.
You have any, are you getting extorted for money? Little Miss Gory? No? At least you kept the, skeleton owl.
Looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, I thought you were going to say that. I'm trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Don't owls? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Do owls actually do that? Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Darun doll on display in the office instead.
Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! Cherry wood has been polished with high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? It's 10 people. Pardon? It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work. I was admiring the case, actually. Scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best as I can.
What, you don't like spooky, scary skeletons, Ryunosuke?
You're strange.
Wonder who's the strangest. You're all strange. You're all in an Ace Attorney game. You're all weirdos.
Able and a set of sharp tools. You consider each in isolation and all looks quite innocent. But why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
Maybe best not to ponder it too deeply.
I'm here to ponder it. That's not my dissection table. Too high for me, though. It is? If I fell from that high in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in here? Otta's works very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the dissection table where you do the autopsy work? You sleep on that?
Maybe you should just go home. Would you like to sleep on that?
Specimens?
Those large drawers seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we can make back home?
Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that.
They're not! Ah, that jar you're looking at there contains monkey brains.
Monkey brains! Oh my.
Composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And the next jar along, we have monkey. No more monkey things! Please! You say so.
Dear. And when I still thought it was just some pale umeboshi plum seems so long ago already. Oh, more things?
Little balls in the shelves in these cabinets! What an assortment of chemicals!
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying! Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Or she eats meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death.
Damn, no way in from that one? Nothing? Nothing? Just stares at us, sharpening the tools.
Can I interest you in my armband? Can I ask your opinion about this? Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you?
Because I have a gun. Tell me. No, not gonna respond to that. You like death, right?
About this photograph, Dr. Gory. Who's that?
Sorry?
Inspector Gregson, of course! The victim of the case! Ah, I see. I remember the faces. Internal organs, muscle tissue, blood trauma. Those are the things I remember.
That feels like it could be used as a way to essentially be like, hey, yeah, she did this autopsy, but turns out she cut up a completely different corpse, so...
Well, please try to also remember that I don't want to know anything about all of that. Is that where we're going with this? She just cut up a completely different body.
Alright, we have a bone pick with you.
Dr. Gory, I actually came here to ask you about this. It was very good.
Good?
Sorry? Skin didn't snag my blade once. A very little mess. Joints dislocated easily. His muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details! But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded at the time of death.
What?
That's not my fault. Oh! That made me jump.
And please, tell us what happened. Oh, it's so weird. Oh! I missed something!
So, why didn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. He clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. That's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Is there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as Sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Why's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written a completely different time. Hey, what's she written? Tell us! You determine it. Thanks. But... Great. Going to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Fantastic, thanks. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? The specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There's some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish has started to rot. What? If it can like fried fish, you presumably like to eat it before it went off. Well, yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Oh, very easily, Ryunosuke. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. Putrefaction, whatever it is. If the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, only the fish would have started to rot. In today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. I mean, if you threw in a good enough freezer, then... Surely, a chilled corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in the winter are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, the inspector's body has been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I can't say for sure. But at the most, it may have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. You informed Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Don't mind, then. Sorry? Come back to sharpening her blade. Not now. My blade here might start to rust. I think perhaps we better leave Dr. Gory alone. Maybe we can try again later if we manage to find some more clues. Seems immersed in her work. Perhaps now is not the time. Because the only place left to go is the Great Waterloo Hotel for now. Second of November, Great Waterloo Hotel. Foyer. God, yesterday, and I think it again today. This is so princely. A wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a fine fragrance of whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah! Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What charming young lady. And you are... Oh boy! The name's gonna come out, so, oh really? You're the author of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
Did we tell Father Mikolova to not spill the secret about Wilson? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. This has been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest.
Read your work, whatever. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted my Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Rinosuke! How? Everyone does it! That's way too specific to be just like a read your face from it. Come on! Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi. We all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year, it's quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear.
We saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. Favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? First, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Goku has got to. Oop. Anything new to see here, or... Doesn't look it. First of all, did I show you my armband already? Well, hey, I pressed the triangle button. Come on, game. This is Professor Mikoba.
Oh, Kazuma's armband? He was wearing that when he left for Great Britain. I'm curious. It doesn't strike me at all as odd to see you wearing it. It rather suits you.
Oh.
You're intending to return to him?
Well, yes. I mean, it has his name on it. We already tried! Now we found out he's alive, it doesn't make sense for me to keep it.
Well, if you ask me, I think Kazuma would be delighted to see you wearing it.
Well, I feel honored if that were true. Let's get the conversation out of the way, see if there's any hints at, like, hey, maybe present this to him. So we haven't more things to discuss, but where's Judge Goku? I haven't seen Judge Goku for a while, have you?
Guilty!
Ha! 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 That guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition.
It reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Goku having once been in the dock himself?
Oh yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
Close trial of Kazuma's father.
That was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
What?! Oh my!
He also says contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Just like Cosmo kind of was earlier today? Oh dear. Well, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking of Seshiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
I'll finally get to look at this in a bit more detail. Oh yeah, we kind of were wearing that before, weren't we? Oh, lovely picture. Certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain! Photographs taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku's arrival in London for the symposium. Why is this getting in our court record now?
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
We never do. No. No, that's so true. Why give us this? I was expecting one day to just like rifle around with a magnifying glass and just discover something that I don't know, magnifying glass seems a little like superfluous in this game. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me?
Well, this, the fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, will be over before long. When it is, I'd like to accompany you back to Japan.
What? You want me to do... What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, so you should understand, you've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet!
For those who saw reports, I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruto, are precisely the man our country needs.
Huh. So, you'll be leaving then, Naruto? Then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Go back to being Asogi's judicial assistant? Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
The government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely suggesting you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Uno?
Oh,
that hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. It turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
You can tell that was supposed to be like, that they wrote that thing that you were going to end the conversation with that, but I like to be weird, so...
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper is yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who's in the dock today. That's Barrick, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
Right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. The truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. What you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed. Oh no! No, wait! It's all gonna come out now! Professor Mikola, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. It's so weird to me we're bending over backwards so hard to conceal this bit. It's so weird to me we're trying so hard to conceal the truth that Iris' father is dead. Like, that's gotta blow up in our face at some point. That's gotta blow up in our face at some point. That's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Like, how then? What is, like, the ideal way to break the news to her? What exactly is the ideal way to tell her, yeah, your dad's dead. He was killed in Japan. You've been hiding this from over a year. Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits!
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Iris, you're coming with me. Wait, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. She's still easily manipulated a 10-year-old kid in the end.
The young girl called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Sholmes. The name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Sir! Dr. John H. Wilson. Deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
He was murdered last year. Which is ill Brett. Why? Why would they have the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. But seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family. I don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Huh?
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. What about Watson? Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris! I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Is that you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I'll be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asa Shin. Of course! So obvious!
Huh? How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Ah! Mr. Scholes! Haley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course! What an extraordinary question!
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter! Anyway, until more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once! It's a matter of much urgency!
Why do you get... Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly, now who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, you look reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
Wow. I don't think that a father's sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. You should see Goku.
There's not a moment to lose! Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent!
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Salo. All we can do is pray. And for once, my deduction is awry. For once.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes?
Which isn't exactly— No then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man! I certainly have no time to hide behind stupidities and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the saying of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Bye!
Ah! Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. He left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. Sholmes! I know you got paid! Wait, did he report in the ED? I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run calls a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. My 606 beds! Why can't I examine anything anymore?
Just moving on, I guess.
Seems like now's the time to finally go see Mr. Vigil at long last. Back in November, St. Sarah's Hospital, Ward 3. The ward where Mr. Vigil's brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
Lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. A little bit better.
Was this area caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. And exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. We just missed him.
Oh, cause what beat us to it? I mean, obviously.
He's much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that. Stupid pose again.
Reading from Evie, my wife, all these years. I carry such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as this stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
This just deserves for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
It wasn't me that helped Professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me!
I swear it! I swear it's true!
Mr. Vigil... I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... Possible, can you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get this all off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Does anything change with examination? No, I don't think so. The first thing you should tell me is about my armband. Mr. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this?
Ugh, my head. It's throbbing. Why is your hand... What are you putting your hand on, sir? You think we wouldn't notice you reusing the animation from your court? From your court drama earlier? Vigil? Come on. Oh no! It's too soon, Mr. Naruto. It's too much for him.
Too much for me seeing him swoon like that. Maybe I should lay off the Evans for a while.
Oh, are you sure about that, though? Yeah, no. I don't think he's gonna react differently to anything.
Well...
Yeah, no. Nothing. Okay. Never mind.
Conflict Asogi. Obviously you knew the man then? Professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. The trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary. Called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It's time of delicate diplomacy. Time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. This method is potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men. He was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman, a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done. I asked him one day. 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. That's vague.
Following the day the closed trial took place, there was no surprise.
Guilty?
That night when he was brought back to his cell...
Vague. Definitely sounds like he may have gotten someone... Sounds like he just got someone killed, but might not necessarily mean that he did the deed himself?
And then when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
The Professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, he should itself was reduced to effect the plan of escape.
I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Hockley was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one noble loophole. Something that was never questioned.
Oh? I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Its coroner confirmed the death of a condemned convict. The body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. Chief Warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. The executions took place when the execution and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. For some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
Oh, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Sogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Logate Cemetery.
Surely there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. In the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. In the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened to Logate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Sogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without somebody... So you couldn't possibly escape that way without help from somebody working in the prison. The buck got passed off to you. That somebody was not me. Grayson's request? Dr. Grayson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. There's something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. That definitely seems more like he's hiding it from Scotland Yard, hiding it from potential spies.
When he had to carry out those investigations, that would take his identification and impersonate him.
He had to be inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf.
Oh no, never! Common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out proper police investigation. All I would do is go to a specified location and make it a little hoo-ha. Hoo-ha? Just so I can leave an impression. Everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? It's like he was supposed to make it seem like Bryson was just doing, like, something that could easily be seen, but something that wouldn't, like, you know, set off anyone's alarm bells. I don't know, it seems very... I don't know, I can see, like, why I would think that it was just, like... It could go either way, really, that's the problem. That's what you're doing on the day prior to the incident.
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Tree for the Red-Headed League event. As usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and he was very vocal about my presence.
You were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters!
Yes.
So, you would always make a point of showing Grayson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
That's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. A good one, though.
As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. Bruising that,
In this scenario, in this lay, was very much like someone tried to hang him, honestly.
Following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. As I said, it was on the night following his trial. He'd been found guilty. Doing the rounds of the cells, and I looked into Asogi's. I noticed that he'd seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah! His last will and testament, then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to have will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. There were special conditions for Sogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He's allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. At the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Powers that be were determined as finally shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
What was the exception you mentioned?
Personal effects he was allowed. What's the point? He isn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
Huh?
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. No idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he had the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Would you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please turn a blind eye. This, my lifeline.
But, you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. Just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then. What's on that paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It will be a weapon!
I decided to pretend I'd see nothing and let him keep his will. And later, it seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished? Team, that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
Disappearing will, that's definitely something that's going to crop up at some point. The only person who saw Sogi's will, but
somehow it disappeared.
it was after Sogi's execution. There was actually an elaborate jailbreak. Warriors gathered up Sogi's possessions that were in his cell. They're all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Guess that's how the sword got back. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
You're saying that wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean?
That's right. I didn't search through them myself. Governor Kaiden was livid, screaming, "Cannot disappear completely!" That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
What way?
Well, we've understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence.
In which case,
How did the prison governor know to look for it?
yes, you're right!
Really don't know how he knew. It certainly seems as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. When he didn't refer to it as a will, what he said was Isogi papers.
Worryingly vague. Isogi papers.
I really can't tell you anything about subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Dismissal. The way you blocked it all from your memory.
I've forgotten all this until today. I suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly. I do hope I don't appear rude, but
No, not at all. Thank you again.
what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I'll be arrested.
So sorry.
Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Bye, Mr. Vigil. Ah!
Before you go, there's just one thing!
Oh, yes? What is it?
Oh? These soggy papers. Be very grateful you make no mention of things I told you about them.
Generally for some good reason?
That includes a Kazuma? My understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. They might think that he somehow got a way to get those papers sent out. The only person who would make sense to send those papers out to would probably be his son? Maybe that's why that secret telegram from the end of Case 5 mentioned Kazuma Sogi's name. That really does make me think it's a hit list, but then... The thing I'm thinking is that, like, that secret telegram is very much like a hit list, like a list of people that the government wants dead. Kazuma Sogi, John Wilson, Bias Gregson. Asa Shin's the only, like, odd one out, but maybe Asa Shin, like, cut some sort of a deal to, maybe Asa Shin was kind of made to cut some sort of a deal to, you know, kill the people who they wanted to get killed. They decided to, like, kind of milk that for all it's worth. If it became known that I remembered, well, could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death. Nam's self-claim was his last weapon. I wonder... perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. Hmm? Is there anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind? It'd be Mr. Vigil's governor. We know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Do we really want to, like, go talk to Kaiden about this? Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. No. This disguise Mr. Gatsu was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. Floppy lip did make for a very strong, like, thing to draw the eye away from his very distinctive shitty haircut. Imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps. Did he really have to take it quite so far? Probably yes, actually! You kidding? The strange connection with this place, knowing it's where Father stayed all those years. Oh yeah, they did mention that, huh? Alright. At the Barclay. Back in November. Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, no, either. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello? After about your investigations, I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the lad does not walk here no more. The occasion is not to do Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about this. Of course, yes! Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen this dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop! The chop! She just eyes that little guillotine clock. Alright, kidder. You can wear the Habu wee handcuff biscuit. Oh, there they are, the little handcuffs. As far as I am, that's just stale. You're giving us your sealed biscuits, Governor. Oh, what are you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. I'm glad we, like, agreed to keep that secret and immediately when it's spilled a secret to... I mean, I guess he does know, but... Is it smart to let him know that we know about them?
Yeah, no say. Gregson's actually not to do things that might happen to Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. It's a full about with relevant details.
Expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
So, Iris have anything to say about all this? No?
Hmm, 10-year-old legacy?
Remembers Bach's execution and whole miserable escape. Or Barclay's darkest hour, huh? Shocking embarrassment.
It's a confident had collaborator on prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. Honor confirmed the death of the man after his execution, court and assist. My chief war at the time, Virgil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
Oh yeah, Courtney Sith. That was kind of was what Yasmin was like extorting her for, wasn't it? I think I need to go back and re-review Case 3. Like I said, I kind of got lean on re-reviewing the game this go around, or just between streams. Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
Rascal would not say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You would never have too much iron in your diet. God! Iris, please! Mr. Vigil's hands dismissal notice as a result of what happened. So despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I don't know what to say, but I was just Vigil trying to get out of it.
Ouch!
You know the thing, he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes in the spurs there. I do.
Huh? Sir, your accent, please! I cannot! You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? I see Ryunosuke's... This fucking accent started right off of Ryunosuke. It's in his head now! Poor man.
But I cannot assume all responsibility myself. I should not let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that cares what went on at the time now. Well, Gregson had been murdered and Dr. Schiff forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? One obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I wouldn't dream of sending you back home with no Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Would blood become anemic? Iris!
I suppose if there's anybody who might still can't boot what happened back then. It'd be that last from Forensic Division, Maria Glory.
Ah, the daughter. Maria Gory? Why the daughter... Oh, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Gory is the name of the father, probably. Sith is the maiden name.
Ah, Sith's daughter. She did not have no more. Just the one. A wee bomb following her man's footsteps. You didn't ever see her with a scalpel in her hand.
Ah! Come on, we know her name! Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sith's daughter, Maria Gory. You do it talking to her. Ryunosuke! So, she's Dr. Sith's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Come on, Ryunosuke.
There's some family history, I'm sure, but I do not care the ins and outs of it. Grew up watching a man working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand myself.
Perhaps she was driven by this respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie was the larger man's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Ah, she's very much a Nightmare Station fuel attendant, I see. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'd say there's a fine chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
You really need to speak to Miss Gory yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy boy any part about this. Yeah, for lunch, it's time to get the whole professor business. And you know, get up on this ladder. Stop asking pointless questions.
Sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
You just stay away, no? Leave me alone, do not come back here, huh?
Yeah. Well, we still gotta spoil even more about what we know about the Asogi papers.
You can't boot that, laddie. No mere folk even here in the prison who've heard those papers.
Ah, well, I tell Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. I've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? Professors, or rather, Genshin Asogis.
That's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Jimmy! Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? After the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Heavens, no! You're off a hot cock there. I think you did not quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh? Now we hear it elsewhere. I don't think I trust this man.
Let me just have a wee hook round here. Sure I can find it. Here you are. Here.
Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ring with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I cannot reward those Japanese squiggles. My mind says he leaves all his worldly possessions with son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. It was likely that it's real. Especially since it's written in Japanese with a calligraphy brush. These are the Asogi papers?
Of course they are. They're written by Soul, not a doubt about it. Not a doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the skirmish of this last...
Fuck? Okay, you're really going at it with that accent now, sir. Excuse me. Stramash. Scottish! He's Scottish then, I imagine. An uproar, tumult, or brawl. I see looking at Slicer as well, and I see one thing that says it's British dialect, and another thing saying it's Scottish slang. To work messily in water or the like, to slash the hands about in a liquid. To work awkwardly, clumsily, or ineffectively. Alright, so he's Scottish, that's what I'm getting. Is he gonna do, like... Imagine this dude, but he's giving you, like, the Samurai Jack Scotsman, like, rant insult. In British style, it means to be occupied with dirty, gooey, or messy materials to slop around. After all the strawmish slyster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to its clan in Japan. And that was the end of it. We have to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case. Sogi papers. Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi and Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Finally, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before going away, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Grayson's death. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside his office. Or rather, I would not just prefer it. They're an order from the highest levels of all government. I understand. Now I need to, resist the urge to just try and make him sound like the Scotsman from Samurai Jack. Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Cosmo Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. With deep sadness I set my fate in this foreign land, and also I will never see my homeland or family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. You want this picture? What if I represent the last will and testament to you? Nothing. Alright, forget about it. Get out of here. Let's go see little Miss Gory again. Back in November. Forensics Laboratory. Someone's sharpening again. You're still not dead? Anyway, I don't have anything more to tell you about that specimen. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. I'm going to talk about your mother, Dr. Sith. I think Governor Barclay Prison mentioned. He said that she was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? Brother of Lord Van Zeeks, Professor's found victim. If carrying out an autopsy, I remember the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. The detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. This had to be Inspector Gregson, of course. Great accomplishment for one man. Autopsy provided a vital clue to arrest the killer. Oh, I was there for the historic event. What's all this mean? No, that means the autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint Van Zeeks both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. This lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. Why don't you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory? Let me show you the armband now. No. Anything if I present the papers? Imagine not. Also, I don't think we got to saw that facial expression before. Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. I had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber. Signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. The execution didn't actually take place. No, worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. Oh? I wanna know. Oh dear, found out recently, you mean? Believed in her, Mama, but I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. Because you admitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. But if that's how it started for Courtney, just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. Definitely starting to lean a lot more away from Maria here being any sort of killer. At least in this case, well, yeah. Not that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. Big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the Chief Warder, saying he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Huh? Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Clint? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Because at that time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. Still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim when the autopsy was performed. Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Uh-oh. That's right, my daddy. There was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Mikotoba? Wait, a visiting student? Must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. Did he ever mention? Did he ever mention that? The outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to capture the professor. That's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Can I know what exactly this piece of evidence is? You happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards. The other records from the last decade. V? Why V? Thank you! Let's see. Van Zeeks. Oh, Van Zeeks, duh. You don't really think about, like, the Van or Von part of last name all that often, huh? That's strange. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be! Perhaps somebody took them away? No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone! Someone stole them. Reminded me a bit about the very first case of Ace Attorney investigations. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. Consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. Consulting detective Herlock? No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Oh, deep down I knew that was coming. You think he stole the records? He could have. He's surprisingly cunning and dexterous. Oh, surely not. Iris, that can't be. Can it? She's not denying it. Iris? Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remember something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. What? Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You don't can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Huh? Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Oh?
Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember.
Iris, you are hiding something. I expect this from Herlock, not you.
Anyway, sorry. My mustache. Iris, did you steal them? Wait, Iris! I'll be over talking to you when I get home. When you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. Next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection. Please! I can't make any promises, sorry! A bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. I think we've asked all we came to ask now. It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it? So, really? Fresno Street next? They just hit up all the places again, huh? November. Room on Fresno Street. Police are so busily investigating in here, then. Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Wow, Ryunosuke! Rude! But she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss saw her. I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Go use the time to investigate more thoroughly. That box here before? There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeke's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Though, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. All these people have background of dubious dealings. In the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. Photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of his lady was a very great clue exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. Obviously, he loves his wife very dearly. I love my wife, Ryunosuke. That's why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Almost as if it was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times.
All the detectives have nothing new to say.
Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? Those bright colors certainly makes an impression, yes. Can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads just like redheads stand out like a sore thumb. Ugh! I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. I doesn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruto. You can't get sent.
You can't get sent to court again, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wasn't! It turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed?
But one way or another, we must find out. For the inspector's sake. No, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, sorry. I start thinking it all through. I conjure some horrible images in my mind.
Imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty! You're going to jail for thought crimes, Ryunosuke.
I never imagined this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key.
Was as a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. Caesar was much more Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He's clearly a brilliant mind.
Fish and chips that threw us off. Feels though it ruined his image.
He's eating fish and chips all the time. He couldn't possibly have been a great detective. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
Think about it! Imagine if it was Mr. Scholz! How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Scholz had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Fish and chips! Ah, yes!
The poor people's food in London.
Exactly!
Come on, guys. Bang, bang!
Revolver? Just who does it belong to?
Well, we know this is the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
Or his own gun was found in his person!
Of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. His absent-mindedness is similar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all.
I wish you every success!
Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say.
Yes, culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left.
That allowed Bang to hurry up precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. Leanne picked up that gun from the floor.
You probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine.
Wow! You two really do have more in common than we thought. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I've turned and run a mile for sure.
May not have done you any favors either, if Soseki Natsume is any indication.
Ha!
There's just no winning move here, it seems. Anyway, enough of all this ridiculousness. What's inside the box?
The little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside, look. TG, Gregson.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Guys! Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is! Ansel! Gina! Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. I'm just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit out! Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere! Always has! Where you been last year?
Gina, why are you trying to do this? Why are you trying to sell this obvious lie to me, Gina?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Oi!
Alright, that's it. You're getting the identification papers.
Really? Nothing to say about that?
Bah! Bye then.
Gee, I'm talking to the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at Yard knew nothing about. Have to do with all them criminals while got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption with a conviction. Well, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson being involved in the killings? Come on. There's a notebook in his office. Oh no, doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? Oh, do you see it, Gina? Do you see that notebook? They wouldn't blame and let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. Right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... That's need to be at what's it anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. Before we get to that, we haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Of course not! I've been busy, yeah? Investigating on that. I landed the yacht trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation of the Red-Head League, then. Well, the boss didn't go, eh? You found some kobold was pretending to be in, didn't ya? Yes, it was Mr. Visual who actually went to the park on the Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. Toby! When me and my partner get together, there's never we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have! Can't tell you though, police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, the plan is, if you're hiring the AL... You know the town, alright? Me and the hell out here! Right. Cause he looks so hellish, honest. Yes, I want to talk about the Hellhound more. Gina, about your Hellhound there? Chief Inspector Toby, I mean? He's a proud force, he is. Chief Inspector. Japanese police dogs mean something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. You're in Britain? It's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For Canine, at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration on what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Air? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this... Doggone! Might be a little too keen, don't you think? Ah! Chief Inspector, make sure we're with Gina there! Wait! Ah, look who he's gone to! Immediately outing Gina! Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, does it belong to him? Really? Cassis! Alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. You know, he got away with it too. He always talks so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did not cross your mind that you might identify something that was right next to us. Yeah, I was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now, then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Before we get into that, I want to know more about that notebook. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. What had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeon supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. This was recommending the inspector's investigations of the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. The end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the day against it was 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead! So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Uh-oh. Oh dear. A pity. There was something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name keeps coming up over and over. Shit, it was. I suppose it means anything, but, You say chin? Eh? What? Does it mean something? Lord Fancy knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The one who actually did the deeds. Now we find out her name appeared in Grayson's secret notebook. Rabbit hole's getting curiouser and curiouser. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that area of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we weren't trying to trace the boss's movements. Well, Toby I was with the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. The sandwich? That's a bag of chips? It's not a holo. Sylvierchii means the witness. Oh yeah, sandwich. I forgot about that sandwich. Also, I guess, like, since Toby, like, went chase after the hairpiece, I guess it really was Grayson's hairpiece after all? Why would he own that? The hairpiece definitely struck me as something that, like, the real killer used to conceal their movements, and it just kind of left it with Grayson afterwards to make it seem like he wore it. Yeah, he hid it between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. Anyway, I expected better from you. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly! United from the scene! Goodness. The chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought I might fetch a good price. The shop wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... God damn it, Bevo, I expect better from you! But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. We haven't even check of it! See the dead boss's stuff to flog! So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. And all them peddlers were so full of shit! How's it going? It's going pretty well. How you doing, Ganma? It's good to see you here. How could they? We are very much in deep. Well, we're very deep in the case right now, but there have been some big game changers in this case. So, yeah, be aware we are in major spoiler territory. I forget, like, if you want to play this game yourself or you already know about it or what, but just making sure you know. Well, anyway, that's how it happened. It's a pretty decent chunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Don't think I'm ever going to play this game. Yeah, that's fair. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? Don't you? What you about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, can we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do we want with it? Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Dr. Gregson's metal traveling truck was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina.
Toby?
What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Oh, be careful! It must be the trunk! Ah!
Ah! Ah! Don't jump scare! Toby, what are you doing? You gotta lick his face off!
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage! What?
The dog actually bite us, huh? 2nd November, 4:47 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Why are we back here?
Mr. Naruhodo, you alright?
Miss Usao?
Oh, conscious again at last! A blessed relief, my dear fellow! After all, the dropped after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. Licked to death. There's far worse ways to go.
But is or isn't silly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it. Of course. No sugar in the patient's cup.
Ah, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. There you ready then.
Where's the box? We saw the box.
Do you see this huge gas across the side of the trunk here? Gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whoever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. Wonder how it happened.
Oh, hello.
Look at this dark stain here. Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ah, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. The most logical conclusion, yes. I think she has been carrying this around with her. I didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and shits. Really? It's red! Can we even open this? Let's have a look inside.
That's a really bad lock. That's a really poor lock.
See that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Papers? Look, there's something inside! Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? I mean, he did say he was getting shipped off to Paris! His departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really?
Issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered?
Huh? Really? Nothing we're gonna look at here?
Tobias Gregson, passport number ACDO522. Date departure within 1 week from the 31st of October. Destination port of Dunkirk, France. France. Purpose of travel, police business. No permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Huh. One additional person, huh? First of all, let me show you my armband one more time. Oh, I already did that. Whatever. What if I show you the trunk? Oh, about this, Mr. Sao. You notice anything unusual about it, perhaps? I'm so sorry. I don't know. Really? I've doubled my efforts and spent more time doing research so that next time I won't let you down. I think perhaps you're taking your role as judicial assistant a little too far. What about the Asogi papers? Anything to say about that? No? Fine. Nothing. Okay. You alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Ryunosuke! Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course! Let's get back to work as soon as possible! Ryunosuke! Guys! How are you forget? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, thinking nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared the infamous murderer of somebody had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Oh yeah. Fortunately, I see your prized throw is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously affords some welcome protection.
Wait, that close to death? What I remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, you wish to avoid such troubles in future. A little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I just think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
That's it? What's the purpose? If we come here... 2nd of November. Sholmes is sweet.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg. Den Schlund es mir verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen deine.
Fuck is this noise? What the fuck is this noise? What the fuck's going on here? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns. Iris. Iris, what's the matter? Does she know, chat? Who's that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. Mikotoba?
Chat, I think she knows.
Iris? Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but...
Is he singing? What?
Would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Oh, that worked.
A growing gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Okay, I was wondering if we were ever going to get a deduction. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Iris. What are you hiding from us, Iris?
Strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal. Iris.
He's turned his way as a sheet. So as usual, we've instantly seen the very heart of the matter.
Oh boy, we'll see about that one. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale.
Is he singing?
So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray to enjoy her like Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular.
Great deduction! Game is afoot. I like how his uniform is not correct in the picture.
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As if it's been a Germanic song he sings his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. No, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to run around with a particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating waddling is revealed by the herbal tea! You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. These delectable flavors made the man's spirits soar.
I seriously do wonder if this is like an actual German folk song, or that might be something we find out at the end of the deduction.
It resulted in this joyful D tumbling incessantly from his lips.
Just staring at his completely stacked mouth. Knowing her like Sholmes, that's definitely off the mark.
I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation.
This feels less like a scornful silent. This feels like a scornful silent treatment, more like she literally physically cannot speak.
Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. You acquired the retrieval of letters once said to an acquaintance. That may have proved problematic.
Wait.
In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. Gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein.
We're really bringing that name back! Also, was he... I don't think he was German. Was he German, or... Was the kid German? I feel like it was Swedish. I don't remember anymore. That's how you can tell I have not reviewed Case 3 recently.
The King of Germany! If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany! It appears that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. And has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude.
How the fuck did we get here?
Oh, mad monarch, indeed! Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Today's masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany! Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
I mean... Collusion, the King of Germany. Up to... Real silence.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A 5-pound note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. Where's my money? You know the rent is due, Iris. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be brought into silence by His Royal Highness. Earn yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you tried to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup! With the broken handle. My favorite coffee cup, in fact! You're stealing my coffee cup, Cyrus! I'm going to send you to jail now! Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that his high-spirited Titus broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Jesus' sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you were trying to conceal it from me! To jail for both of you! I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels of the German royal family for his replacement. To hide the coffee cup. Let's conclude Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. I'm going to drink some bland toast and a sip of coffee from a coffee cup that's not my favorite! Complete silence. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Usal, do tell! Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Sherlock Holmes, the man hasn't moved, he's not singing! How could you not see that? Ah! You haven't said a word either, Iris! That's my law. That one's a lot more concerned about. Mr. Schultz says it's alright, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. Who's replaying the tape? And whatever thing, Mr. Sholmes. And our agreements, Mr. Naruto? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, when you were just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia, that's what it was. Wait, when did you read the story of that case? I don't remember that. I don't remember reading that at any point during this case. Was that just, like, back at the very beginning? Like, back when I, like, put this off, like, for a month or two? Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Goth Prince testified to that in court. His words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my homeland in Bohemia. I will ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal! Alright, so that leaves me to ask with the proper I do wonder if that's an actual either German or Bohemian folk song. I believe Mr. Naruto. It's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Jones is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. When you find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. One truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Hold up. Gotta save before we do this. I've not saved like, all this time. We do not need anything bad to happen. I have so many... Whatever. Alright, before we do this, though, I'm gonna grab myself something to drink real quick. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I got myself a drink. Got myself a little snack. Myself through the rest of the stream before I have to end. We have plenty of time before I have to end, though, so let's do it. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Everyone by his dramatic song, he sings his apparent ability to understand when asked to desist. What we just talked about was wrong. Why is the man here alone in such apparently high spirits? Yes, of course, Iris. It's clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes when unravel that particular part of this mystery. Even the man's mildly irritating warbling revealed by the herbal tea. What's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should have to try some. I like to hear you singing, but this man... How is he trying to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? Guys, he's been stuck still the entire time. If you look closely, lips aren't moving either. Ah! I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Well, the cup's empty, that's for sure. I suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drunk the contents. Iris's special blends are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. I understand wanting to vocalize those feelings, certainly. I consider our hope you often erupt in boisterous laughter drinking Iris's tea. We do? We should take some layer laughter lessons from Susao-san in the near future. Oh, this is a different way to do the camera. A full 360 type of thing, huh? We know this man! Oh, you're right! So, does that mean... No, surely not! Couldn't be! Could it? No, it's most definitely not him. Oh no, of course it's not. Thank goodness. Then, why is this gentleman not wearing it? But once again, I really have no idea. Is that Makodaba? Because when I saw him with the mustache made it look like he was using Makodaba, but... I'm having a bit of trouble telling if that's what it's supposed to be. Gramophone. Wait, this... The gramophone still rarely seen in our own country. That certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But she's singing! That can't be right! Ryunosuke, you've been here for like a year! You really don't know about this still? Advanced technology is changing the world rapidly. Ryunosuke, we literally covered a case in the last game about a music box! Ryunosuke! This ray is changing. Advanced technology is changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruto. What's ray is changing too. Ah! It's too much for my brain! Well, at least we found our answer. So, clearly it's just the warbling that's coming from the gramophone, so of course we gotta see the mask first.
Take that!
I've encountered somebody else whose behavior became very strange indeed whilst wearing this. Because this particular mask has some curious power to corrupt people's minds! Which is exactly what's happened to this gentleman!
I would say this calls for a demonstration, my dear fellow.
What?
Ray, put on the mask! And show us what peculiar things it makes you do! You have us in the edge of our seats! I'm going to shove this mask in your face, Ryunosuke!
Sorry, I'm far, far too shy. Song starts again inside your after a time, doesn't it? But, are you really singing it? Right! If you look closely, the man's mouth is open, but his lips aren't moving at all. Gentlemen, Couldn't be a waxwork, could Not again with the waxworks. Where's Ma'am Tuspells? I would like to see Ma'am Tuspells again. One step at a time, Mr. Naruto. Let's identify the source of the singing first. I thought that was an insightful suggestion. Alright. I don't think the royalties are gonna give me much fun dialogue, so...
Take that!
Yeah, grab a phone. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed! For no well-bred gentleman who breaks into an obscure folk song making a social call. Really? No, where's this gentleman isn't singing at all? In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious!
Why the folk song? Ah, music seems to have stopped now.
I ask you, Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
why did I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind! Oh, it's a deduction! Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the SETI? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. Required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance. That may have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Orpstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany.
Although we've already established that I was actually the King of Bohemia, Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? Boy whom he had in tears? Thanks for bringing that one up. Don't remind me, or anyone else. Most all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks. I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we well know, we can identify the true owner of that mask. Guys.
Take that!
I don't like the mask. I don't like the white look on Cosmo, but...
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Cosmo Asogi.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Thanks.
Only you could try and make that sound positive. Cosmo's mask has been languishing in his metal chest for several days. But that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it's now simple matter to determine our guess's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We only excuse ourselves in advance. Generally lives the mask and peer beneath it.
Bulaba? Or... looks like it. I don't believe it! Ah! Father!
I'm afraid, Mr. Sao, you must be mistaken.
No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes! Oh? We actually get Susao, like, in here doing poses and stuff now?
It would appear our logic and reasoning is once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor.
It's my unconscious father, Yujin Mikova! It's so weird seeing her do, like, the poses. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying.
What a note to end that one on. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Boy, though, if the Konoba's here... Yes, the reason for your mutant is concealed inside that knapsack. Uh-oh. Wait.
There's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris' knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? Were banknotes not a thing? In 1900s London, England? Anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. Apparently seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. That's what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes. Something entirely different. Okay, kind of back to the camera work. Oh, it seems like there's gonna be a lot more to look at here. What's inside the chest? Oh, chest? These important documents, doesn't it? Yes! These are all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris' father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. Never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. Entirely irreplaceable. Look at it now. The hatch is unlocked for once. Ah! So it is! Wait. It's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen the chest unlocked before in all the time it's been staying here at Baker Street. Oh? Maybe the chest and not the note in her pocket? Persian slipper! The slipper features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, doesn't it? It does! When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very nearly fainted with excitement. Doesn't Iris keep her 11 C's in there? Yes, that power is never mentioned in stories. You shop for the Japanese equivalent of slipper for fun. In other words, for win and get a sandal, then wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside. Which matters because...
Take that!
I have to. Obviously, the real reason for Iris' silence now is giving away with this Persian slipper. The truth is, even though it's a famous item from one of her most famous mysteries, Mr. Sholmes, Iris hasn't been treating it with the respect it deserves, so she's been hiding chocolates inside it! That's really been eating them! A symbiosis, I tell you, that's a disturbance in her hole, How have I ended up being the person at fault here? Oh. Iris is refusing to talk to Shelly because she's trying to hide something. All of this must be related to some secret she has. I certainly don't wish to force her into revealing something she'd rather keep to herself. That might mean your father never opens his eyes again! Guys! You think that might be a little melodramatic? That's a little much, even for this serious Mr. Naruhodo. So you can't look at the note sticking out of the knapsack? When I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. It's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. 2 little felt dots attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Possibly there's always a 5-pound note poking out from her bag they just haven't noticed before, too? Couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Seriously, I can't look at what's inside the bag? But I'm presenting it anyway. Funsies. You're right, it's a knapsack. Yes! The reason for Iris' silence can only be hidden inside the bag she has on her back! It's a sizable bag for a sizable secret!
So no, with that answer, you haven't rated my reasoning in any way.
Oh, yes, that's true.
As a logician, you'll never surpass me. Besides, the detection analysis requires long and patient study. I'm several steps ahead of you. Your chance to correct me severely highlight your deficiencies.
This is what you get for agreeing with someone. Maybe reconsider my answer then.
Alright. What's inside the box?
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
Nice little observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. It's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Ah yes, simple solution. Here we go!
No! Harley, don't! Mr. Schultz! Mr. Schultz, Hurley! He's out cold! The logic and reasoning spectacular is done! He's dead! Never! Oh, Hurley. Told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris? Why were you silent? In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes! The real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance and seduction you perform, Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance in this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... I mean, you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before. Susato, this means he's to point his finger first and think later! I have to do my objection pose and point! It's in my nature! Oh, well, if you say so. If you better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation, then... Oh? For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? Quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's why I say. As it is, but we certainly can't open it to look inside without Iris' permission. No, you're right. This is what might pop out and punch us. Well... That's the key she's holding, look. Sure that wasn't in your hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic. That's strange. Big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Anything else on her to see? Her skirt? Oh no. Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she? Always thought the skirt's rather delightful. Very sizable with all those frills. Sizable enough for a sizable secret. Ryosuke! Seems to be rather fond of the idea. You certainly can't go investigating further. I was about to say. Does it look like that's what I was thinking?
Take that!
I mean, I gotta see if he actually goes in that direction.
The other reason you said nothing all this time, Iris, is because you're hiding something in your frilly skirt. And what sizable frills they are for a sizable secret. Typical answer of yours, my dear fellow, being wide of the mark by a sizable margin. Taking up shoulders roll, the Susato. Hey, Susato, what are you? Well, you've been left alone on the dance floor, as you say, so I'm trying to fill Mr. Sholmes' shoes. Well, you certainly captured the cutting sarcasm. Of course. I know you forgot. Thanks! You really didn't need to capture that part, though. Wonderful to hear Iris' voice again. It's just a shame it took Mr. Sholmes being thrown across the room to make it happen. Well, that gives me an idea. If we threw you across the room as well, she might talk some more. Thanks! Iris made a sudden movement just before she spoke. That's playing on my mind. Maybe we better have another good look around. I was trying not to be too rude by staring at her. Yes, do try to be sensitive, Mr. Naruhodo. Really nothing else I can, like, try to point out? You like it. I don't think the knapsack's gonna be much more fun, so... Really doesn't seem like there's anything else to see. It's all Iris. Alright, let's finish this up.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your back. Ah, Mr. Jones was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That was where we were going with this. She ate the key. That something is the key now in your hand. Don't get the key to the chest. What? You're so clever, Runo. Now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Jones' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But Mr. Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. The land sprawled on the SETI. Wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would you be wearing Cosmo-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Oh no, Ryunosuke, what are you gonna give me? Isn't that right, Iris? The room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Mr. Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was floating in the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended with a claw on the unconscious professor's finger. Really? That's incredible, come on! You mean to say the stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth, guys! The Great Detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. That seems a little contrived. Did you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo! This concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, make a fresh pot of tea for us all.
Objection!
What?
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo! For the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
Mr. Schultz!
But cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret.
Ah! He is? And look at her face. Mr. Schultz must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet.
I put you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
Really is a shame of Mr. Schultz's cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Now that the deduction has taken a different direction, I doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Put her observational skills to work here one final time then.
Well,
I literally already saw it in the... Oh. Mr. Schultz's favorite cup. Mr. Schultz's favorite cup. Or what's left of it. Just the handle. It's obviously hurled in the air along with Professor Mikotoba. If only it had been this cup that had caught on his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide. Clearly not this handle. surely this time, at last, that check is going to be the answer! I'm really not sure why it's so intense showing Iris' bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruto. That's what bags are for! So, the next time I might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Oh, I want to mess around more. Oh no, I didn't mean to click on that! I really want to mess around more, but I did not save at any point during the deduction, so... Ace file? Ah, look! Look! There! There seem to be more papers there! I was trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruto! It's an official Scotland Yard document! What? But why would Iris have... Must ask her. Official Scotland Yard document. Well...
Take that!
Went into this. Pretending to abscond with that case file!
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no! I visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gory informed us. The autopsy report Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing.
Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! I have the case file. What about Van Zeeks?
Elementary. In truth, I'd like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. I caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. Blah 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 blah. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
Ugh, I'm sorry, Hurley. You mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Is there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. I saw this report. I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor-hearted gentleman of the city has been somewhat forgotten.
I mean... Ah! Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest.
Does he need a doctor?
Mr. Naruto!
Yes?
Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll be carrying him up.
So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We won't want Iris' blue brew to sue.
There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder... That's deliberate. Maybe Mr. Jones is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely? Must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on.
I mean... Man, we don't even get to, like... Be like, hey, broken coffee cup? Nothing else to see around here? I don't think so. Just make tracks.
Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? Should I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. It's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Whoa, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. What? Ah! His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? We saw this autopsy report and you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. And about the report. I saw the writing of that report. I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. It's the same as the writing you see on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. He decided to steal it. I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here. There was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. The signature at the corner at the bottom of the autopsy report. Read Dr. John H. Wilson. That's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. As I had been there, I write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I
must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
May I promise, you see, until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get to there. That's autopsy report. Autopsy report, the final fate of the infamous professor. Report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, I mean, we gotta snoop at it first. Van Zeeks, 33. Time of death, 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Observations, death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Grayson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma, no anger in the body. What was the evidence then? Sounds like he was killed in a duel, but let's go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. What? Poor Iris. Feeling awful. I know Mr. Schultz is here for her, but still. Huh? What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? What? Mr. Sholmes?
Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean. When there doesn't matter, Mr. Sato. You turned this way as a she. Wait a minute. I know what it is. Definitely seal stab wound to the heart. But it seems like every other time the professor's. It seems like every other murder done by a professor was done by a dog. This is autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? What? Professor Mikoda's?
Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows.
No! I don't know anything! What does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? This idea that's slowly forming my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain! Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
What about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
Please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
Does this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that milk chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
Yep, there we go. But this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand. And the autopsy report is written, though not signed, by your famous partner. There would be only one logical conclusion. Wait. Are we saying Mikotoba is his Watson?
Ray impressed me.
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Huh?
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
You're coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say?
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Huh? This is the big reveal? Professor Mikotoba! Does this mean... Are you the real Dr. Watson? Wilson? Black. Not Watson.
No, my dear, I'm still my old self, Yuji Makoto, your father!
Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susao-san to take in.
I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity. It's like great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met! Remind me, when was it again, Makoto? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite! 16 years ago! I just arrived from Japan with Sishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodging close to the hospital, and comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. Well, that's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging in my curiosities for little gain. The situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see.
What?
I believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But the last year, Makoto must say in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you become rather familiar yourselves. The professor killings. After the trial, Seshiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances.
So there you have it! As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that middle chest.
It's just amazing! Professor Mikoto really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner.
That's a hell of a swerve!
Father.
Goodness, my dear, what cunning look!
Your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the detective's great partner. Nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is... Who the hell is...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris' father. Who the hell is Johnny H. Wilson then? Ah, of course! I almost forgot about that one!
I gotta do a fucking reveal where Mikoto here is Iris' real dad, are they?
They're not gonna do that, are they?
I should have seen this coming, I suppose. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. Tell me about the autopsy.
So, this autopsy report is actually penned by Professor Mikoto then? That makes no sense! It's not possible, surely!
Not possible! My dear fellow! Pray take a deep breath and think again!
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended stay tour in Britain.
Prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikoto engaged?
Ah, of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only rank Dr. Wilson's report would be his signature at the end. I see! So, Iris got the run end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. Johnny H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What complicated situation?
Are you gonna fucking tell me? I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to be like, yeah, turns out Susao and Iris are half siblings. I'm gonna fucking scream.
Iris told us all the notes about the Great Detective's adventures that are in that metal chest. were written by your father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
If you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, Iris' father must be you. Ah! There he is!
Ah! On my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. I fucking hate this! You two have hit upon the method at last! This is such a shocking swerve! What is this M. Night Shyamalan-ass twist? You finally grasped the art of deduction!
What? You've always told me, father, that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. You left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is! Sounds ice cold stare! It feels nice to be on the receiving. It feels nice to not be on the receiving end of that one.
No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you can explain exactly what it is! I will throw you into that fireplace! There it is! Now the ice go from ice cold to red hot just before she...
No, really! You've got the wrong end of the stick! Sholmes, say something, man! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows!
Mr. Sholmes, when did you get all dressed up? What? It's the same... This is so stupid with the outfit.
Once I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Go by, I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, McConaughey. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later! Our carriage waits downstairs already! I need to hide this! I need to hide this for you! You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visited her home after 10 long years. When I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. As if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I plunged straight to all of this!
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. I will deal with you later.
What?
No doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. And you were totally not cheating on Mother. If I find out you were cheating on Mother, I'm going to throw you out the window. I trust you. Completely. On your life, I trust you. Cross your heart and hope to die, Father.
So,
Setting the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Is she laying her fangirlness over Sherlock or Herlock Sholmes? Sorry, almost got his name wrong. Is she laying her fangirlness over Herlock Sholmes getting in the way of the fact that she might have found out her father was cheating? Am I just completely going insane here?
very well then. We'll speak again later. No, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle. And reaching the decision.
Decision? But whether to go back to Japan, I suppose?
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Ugh.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Give me those 3 little words.
Wait, end? Huh? Legendary pair for completion of episode 4. Wait, that's it? Huh. Final, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So, looks like the true trial is the last episode, huh? Alright, fair. Whew, that was a lot to take in. That was a lot to take in. I do have a bit of time. Final chapter. Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Do I want to? There's a good place to stop, but... Alright, at the very least... I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Mikotoba's dress. I think I'm just gonna put her back in the kimono. I'm almost tempted to put Herlock Sholmes back in his normal attire too. I feel like it gets in the way of, like... I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I'm still liking Ryunosuke's suit, though. I think I'm gonna keep that one on at least. I think I at least am going to keep that one on. Especially, like, his little mouse friend. I've got about a half an hour. Final chapter. The resolve of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. Let's get started on this. I could actually finish this before the end. I may actually finish this before the end of December yet. I'm probably not. Well, I say this. I mean, yeah, there's no way in hell I'm gonna finish this in November, especially since, you know, next week is Thanksgiving week. I have no clue if I'm even gonna be able to stream at all next week. We'll have to see what happens then, but I should definitely be able to finish this before the end of the year, and that's going to be a huge weight off my shoulders. 3rd of November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. So, time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'm counting your support more than ever today, Mr. Sato. Mr. Sato? Oh no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing? Nothing. I'm just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... Don't run away on me like you did last game. I shan't let you down. You'll pick me back up? Right, helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Did the idea that your father might have been cheating finally hit you? That isn't your usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father's the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks! Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing! Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Stop reading my thoughts already! Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Oh, let's face it, there's nothing you could have done about it. Oops. Oh yeah, we totally kept all the evidence from, last case, huh? That's so fucking weird.
They don't really do a whole lot of, like, two-parters like this. The only other time I can think of was in, The only other time I can really think of where they, like, did a two-parter, like, episode like this was Dual Destinies, I think it was. Yeah, Dual Destinies, but... They were very weird about how they kind of did the, whole thing in Dual Destinies. It's so fuck. Why the fuck do we still have Gossip's fucking, like, profile in here? Like... We know that it's daily, there's no point having them separate. Huh? There's my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. You're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. Blame the serious crime the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. I lost him. Felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, or perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, some nonsense conjured by an over-imaginative public. We gotta find you a Fae, my man. We gotta find you a member of the Fae clan. It's obviously extremely important to you. But Clint Van Zeeks... Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. You know, I do actually wonder, would the Fae clan already be, like, running around doing their spirit mediuming at this point? Like, it makes sense that they wouldn't really be a factor in this game, considering that most of this game does take place in London. So, the Fae clan definitely probably could not, like, have any real, impact or appearance or anything in this game. But I am genuinely curious if, like... You know, there are already spirit mediums at this point in time in the series. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this. And see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. Can't deny it any longer. You... are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh? Oh, Iris! When did you get here? Oh! Ah, I brought you one of my special blends! Harry loves it! That helps him clear his head. I thank you. Oh, Iris, please. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not! What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sif's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. We've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Did you take this? Yo, sick doll. Isn't that one of those felt dolls you usually dangling from your knapsack? Sick hairlock shoals. Huh? 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 Don't worry, I also wish great harm upon myself right now. I can feel the cold, hard judging stares from people. It might not be happening right now, but I can feel it. I can feel it across time. Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. Boo! Stop stealing my joke! If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, you just pull his little Hurley's ears as high as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That seems more like there's a secret in there. That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. Think you might need it. Subtle. Subtle as a brick to the eyes. Little doll Mr. Sholmes in hair form. I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. You think what we'll need is luck? Just sneak a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem. As certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Professor McCullough out all night too, do you think, Miss Usado? Yes, it would seem so. Telegram the hotel this morning. Apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Chigoku, I mean. Judge Chigoku, too? That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Oh, the professor defendant! War is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Bruno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I bow with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to the Bryn all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Time for the start of the big dramatic finale. 3rd November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Judge? It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. The cold stare is piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh! Lord Stronglord! Kazuma must have known beforehand! The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise sole and unequivocal authority. Was there a horse head? Was there a unicorn head that he was using before? I don't remember that. The trial is ending today. I'm going to make sure of it. I'm going to end this trial on time.
This is a little much! The 6 Sheriff's flames just...
As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process.
In other words, a collection of your accolades, Lord Strongheart. I can't say it. I can't say it.
Personally, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You are prosecutor with exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Oh!
I love the unicorn gavel.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barrick Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. I miss my pigeons. I want to go back to my pigeons. Let's get this over with, folks. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed?
The defense is ready, my lord! As is the prosecution.
Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification. He presented himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories at the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convicts' escape.
Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound.
The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. He confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. The scariest thing of all, murder. The true spooky scare. God, I can't believe that, like, I just completely ignored all this for all of October when it's becoming so relevant. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details.
The official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November.
There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. See, there's a natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That solved the question. I'm burying it. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate thoroughly.
Very well. Court will accept the new report's evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident.
It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Mr. Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. Conceivably, he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. The prosecution calls its first witness now. Gina? Just Gina? Say your name and occupation for the court. Lestrade, important. Representative of Scotland Yard. Self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that? Gina? Again? Look, hey, guys! It's really too much at this point. Ah! Boss meant the wall to me. Did more to me than anyone else ever did.
Oh? Inspector Gregson, you mean?
Got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Told me that life can have a purpose. That's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not all that he has arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday was revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about.
Very troubling.
That face! Where Strongheart knew! So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir! When his testimony, victims' movements, I have detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a little secret means in it. According to that, the boss is looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is this witness is what saw the Reaper at the place. The witness is what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods?
Smuggling ring again?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. These of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. This game really is giving me more and more Ace Attorney Investigations vibes. It's well known that there's disposal of irregular black marks that take place at the capital. The police are rarely able to locate them in time. Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets?
It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge.
Do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? A particular room of a certain exclusive London Gentlemen's Club. On the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation to the matter. It can't be! We haven't heard anything about all of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Beric Van Zieks, was present.
That would be very significant testimony then.
Oh my, but... Lord Van Zieks made no mention of this, at all! In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Ugh.
Very well then, counsel for the defense. Begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Victim's movements. I have the detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. Boss always has special orders for me. Grab some fish and chips, or go and get Toby his grub. That kind of thing! Great. Such an important cog in the machine. So errands more than orders, then. The detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigation of what happened. And find much at first. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a little secret means in it. I have tempted to pass up on this one until I do a once-over on the rest of the testimony. No.
Hold it!
I'm gonna forget if I do that.
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure these superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. I was not into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turned me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation, more and more like something else. Old habits die hard? Question mark? Prosecution understands. That was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right! No one gets past Inspector Lestrade and trusty Assistant Chief Inspector Toby. Without any one of his desk drawers out, false bottom. That's impressive! That went to myself when no one could find me so I could have a butcher's of what was written in it. So if anyone at the yard found me out, they'd have thrown me straight onto the street. I get it in now, though, yeah? If it wasn't for me, it would never have been found. According to that, boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It's all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember. I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? A very important place of relevance? Nah, you don't need to know. It's conceivable the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. I know what the fuss is about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game buttoned up now. Give it to me, Gina. Can I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? Josh hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. This is a closed court. Proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of information being leaked.
As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection.
Constable?
No question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, now that he had been established is on that particular trail on the day in question. The defense requires to know the club's name. The prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. This is not what I put you on the prosecution to do, Asogi.
Nothing! I have to show off reading skills!
She's gonna completely blow it.
Apparently the smuggled goods deal is gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Groose.
Hold it!
The Groose? What type of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Wasn't exactly my thing. But I'm kinda curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted.
Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you, though? I can pick out a few good marks and see what else I can find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives of the yard reckon. Says even a lower-ranking detective. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet.
Hold it!
So how did Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? I was just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. Which suits you, yes! Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question. Can't say that for certain, though, surely. What bad as Moses, there's witnesses what saw the reap at the place, too.
Hold it!
Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? Lord Van Zeeks goes clubbing? That's unheard of. He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was in there then. We know Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? Not been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. What? Why are you asking us about the Australia, eh? So that's all I've got to work with. He's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh, if everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in that this testimony somewhere. I mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly! Clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Gotta be about the Groose, right? Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. This is Groot. Oh, there it is. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September. London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikoba and Judge Shigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think you call it Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on this SS Bureau. It's a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, strange. Where could it have gone? Do you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh?
Objection!
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. You know what? I think this is a good... Well, we've certainly gotten started. I think this is a fine note to end on. Because it is 3:50. I need to start getting ready. There's a thing I need to take care of at 4 o'clock. I need to start getting ready for work, and I want to get myself something to eat. So, we're going to be calling it here for today. I'm excited. I'm excited. I did not think I was going to be getting to case 5 tonight. Or today, I should say. It's still late afternoon. Feels good to actually see the light at the end of the tunnel. The actually done with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles at long last light at the end of the tunnel. So, we're going to end it off for today. Next time on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we're going to really begin Case 5 in earnest. Beginning of the end is finally here. Out of sheer curiosity, I am trying to get myself back into this habit. That was supposed to be muted. If Alright, yeah, we're going to raid someone who's playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles themselves. Looks like they're pretty early. Yeah, they're like literally on the second case of the first game, so... going to be raiding VTuber named Polip. Like I said, they're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles right now. They're very early in. They're like in the second case of the first game. So, probably no risk of spoilers, I'm going to hope. Yeah, alright. Think it should be good. So, we're going to be continuing this. I'm going to try to continue this tomorrow afternoon. Can't promise anything about next week, but I'm definitely going to try to continue this tomorrow afternoon. Probably about the same time as normal. Hopefully this time I can do it without any fuss. Next time on Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we really get started with Case 5. Let's see if I can finish this. I'll definitely finish this before December, I hope. Hope to see you for the next stream. See you then!